The man slumped against the tavern wall wore clothes that didn't belong to him. Before we go any further into this story, if you want a brand new American mystery every single night, subscribe. One tap and a new story is waiting for you every evening. His coat was too big. His pants were too short. Someone had dressed Edgar Allan Poe like a scarecrow and left him to die on Lombard Street. This is the story of how America killed its greatest writer, and then spent 170 years pretending he drank himself to death. The truth is stranger than any tale Poe ever wrote. It involves election fraud, political gangs, and a cover-up that reached the highest levels of Baltimore society. Edgar Poe invented the detective story. He gave us the modern horror tale. He wrote poems that schoolchildren still memorize today. But on October 7th, 1849, he died in a Baltimore hospital under circumstances so suspicious that doctors refused to talk about them. The official story says he was drunk, that he wandered the streets of Baltimore in a stupor for 4 days before collapsing outside Ryan's Tavern. That alcohol finally claimed the man who had battled it his entire life. But Edgar Poe had been sober for months before his death. His friends swore to it. His doctor confirmed it. The man who found him said he smelled no liquor on his breath. October 7th, 1849 was Election Day in Baltimore. The city was crawling with political gangs who kidnapped men off the streets. They dressed their victims in different clothes, fed them drugs, forced them to vote multiple times at different polling stations. They called it cooping. Lock a man in a room, change his appearance, drug him senseless, march him from pole to pole until he collapsed or died. It was the perfect crime in a city where the police worked for the political machine. Edgar Poe was found outside Ryan's Tavern wearing a cheap suit, a battered hat, and shoes that were falling apart. None of these clothes belonged to him. He had been traveling in a black wool suit and carrying a walking stick. Both had vanished. The attending physician at Washington College Hospital refused to discuss Poe's condition. He sealed his medical records. When reporters asked questions, he claimed doctor-patient privilege. Even after Poe died, he would say nothing about what he had witnessed. They buried Edgar Poe 3 days later in an unmarked grave. No headstone, no ceremony, just a pine box lowered into the ground while a handful of relatives watched in silence. The most famous writer in America disappeared into Baltimore clay like a pauper. The newspapers printed what they were told to print. Poe died of brain fever brought on by excessive drinking. Case closed. Move along. Nothing to see here. But the people who knew Edgar Poe knew better. He had been traveling from Richmond to New York when he vanished. He carried letters of introduction. He had money in his pocket. He was planning to marry his childhood sweetheart and start a new literary magazine. This was not a man drinking himself to death in Baltimore gutters, but Baltimore in 1849 was a city where inconvenient truths disappeared, where political bosses decided what stories got told, where a famous writer could be murdered on election day, and the whole thing covered up as a temperance lesson. Edgar Allan Poe spent his life exploring the dark corners of the human soul. He wrote about premature burial, about guilt that drove men mad, about crimes that seemed perfect until they unraveled. He never imagined that his own death would become the greatest mystery he never solved. What happened to Edgar Poe during those 4 missing days in Baltimore? Who dressed him in a stranger's clothes? Why did the doctor refuse to speak? How does a sober man suddenly appear drunk and dying on election day in a city famous for vote fraud? The answers lie buried deeper than Edgar Poe himself. They rest in the political machinery of antebellum Baltimore, in the Cooping gangs who worked election day like wolves, in the newspaper editors who printed what they were paid to print. This is the story of how America lost its master of mysteries to a mystery that has never been solved. How the man who invented the detective story became the victim of a crime that no detective has ever cracked. Baltimore in October of 1849 was a city caught between worlds. The old colonial brick gave way to new industrial smoke. Horse-drawn carriages shared muddy streets with the first steam engines. Gas lamps flickered on corners where whale oil lanterns had burned just years before. The air smelled of coal smoke and bay water, of leather and wet wool, of the 1,000 small fires that kept a city warm as autumn deepened into winter. Baltimore was growing fast in those days, growing rich on trade and railroads and the kind of politics that made fortunes overnight. From Federal Hill, you could see the whole sprawling mess of it. The harbor thick with masts, the new railroad yards spreading like iron webs, the old neighborhoods where ship captains built their mansions, the new districts where Irish immigrants crowded into tenements that seemed to rise from nothing. Election season brought its own particular energy to Baltimore. The taverns stayed open later. Men gathered in tight circles, speaking in low voices about ward politics and ballot boxes. Money changed hands in amounts that would feed a family for months. Everyone knew the rules of the game, even if nobody spoke them out loud. The city ran on favors and debts, on knowing which alderman controlled which district, on understanding that votes were currency and currency bought protection. Baltimore had perfected the art of making problems disappear, of turning inconvenient truths into convenient lies. The newspapers printed what they were paid to print. The police investigated what they were told to investigate. The doctors signed death certificates that told the stories their patients needed told. It was a system that worked for everyone who mattered. October 4th dawned gray and cold. The kind of morning where fog rolled off the Patapsco River like smoke from a dying fire, where the gas lamps seemed to burn dimmer, and the shadows stretched longer than they should, where honest men hurried past alleys they would normally explore. Ryan's Fourth Ward poles sat on Lombard Street like a spider in its web. The kind of establishment where strangers were noticed and regulars were protected, where the whiskey was cheap and the questions were expensive, where election day business got conducted in back rooms that smelled of tobacco and secrets. The street itself had seen better days. Lombard Street ran through the heart of the old city, where merchants had once built their counting houses and ship owners had displayed their wealth. Now it served different masters. The kind who preferred their business conducted in darkness. Behind the main thoroughfares, Baltimore revealed its true nature. Narrow alleys where men could disappear, loading docks where cargo arrived without manifests, boarding houses where guests paid in cash and signed no registers. The city had grown a network of shadows as complex as its network of streets. Transportation moved at the speed of horses. A man could travel from one end of Baltimore to the other in an hour if he had money for a carriage. If he walked, if he took the wrong turn, if he trusted the wrong stranger, he could disappear for days. The city was small enough to know everyone and large enough to lose anyone. The boarding houses catered to travelers, men who arrived on ships or trains with business in the city, writers and merchants and politicians who needed a clean bed and asked no questions about their neighbors. The kind of places where a man could register under any name and nobody would check his credentials. Washington College Hospital stood on Broadway like a fortress against disease and death. Its brick walls had seen yellow fever and cholera. Its doctors had learned to ask few questions about how their patients arrived. In a city where violence was politics and politics was business, the hospital served as neutral ground. Election day in Baltimore was never quiet. By sunrise, the ward bosses had their men in position. The tavern keepers had their doors open. The Cooping gangs had their targets selected. It was democracy, Baltimore style, where every vote counted and some votes counted twice. The cemeteries filled faster during election season. Men who asked too many questions. Strangers who witnessed too much. Writers who published the wrong stories. Baltimore had efficient ways of dealing with inconvenience. The gravediggers worked overtime and asked no questions about the bodies they buried. This was the Baltimore that Edgar Poe entered on October 3rd, 1849. A city where literature mattered less than loyalty, where genius counted for nothing against political necessity, where a man could be famous in New York and anonymous in death just one day later. The river that had built Baltimore would soon carry away the last traces of what happened there. The fog that rolled in from the Chesapeake would cover the evidence. The tide that lifted ships would wash clean the streets. By October 5th, Baltimore would return to business as usual. But Edgar Poe would never leave. Joseph Walker owned Ryan's 4th Ward polls. The tavern sat on Lombard Street like a patient spider, waiting for flies. Walker had thick hands that could pour whiskey or crack skulls with equal skill. His establishment served two purposes during election season. Men came to drink. Men came to disappear. Walker kept careful records of his regular customers. He knew their names, their debts, their weaknesses. But on October 3rd, a stranger walked through his door. A man in clothes that didn't fit. Clothes that belonged to someone else entirely. The stranger wore a cheap palm leaf hat. His coat was too large, hanging loose on his thin frame. The pants were the wrong length. The shoes were scuffed and worn by feet that weren't his. Everything about his appearance screamed borrowed or stolen. Walker had seen this before. The Cooping gangs had their methods. They dressed their victims in different clothes to confuse identification. Rich men became poor men. Poor men became anonymous corpses. The clothes were a costume for the final performance. Dr. John Morin worked at Washington College Hospital. He had steady hands and a quiet voice. Morin had seen everything Baltimore could produce. Knife wounds from dock fights. Fever victims from the waterfront slums. Politicians who drank themselves to death rather than face corruption charges. But on October 4th, they brought him something different. A man who spoke in fragments, who called out names that meant nothing to anyone present, who wore clothes that clearly belonged to someone else. Morin would later claim the man died of brain fever. The records would say alcohol poisoning. Henry Herring was Edgar Poe's cousin by marriage. He lived quietly in Baltimore, working as a lumber merchant. Herring had known Edgar since childhood. He recognized the voice, even when the body seemed wrong. Even when the clothes told a different story. Herring received the message on October 4th. Come quickly. Your cousin is dying. But when When he arrived at the hospital, he found a man dressed like a vagrant, a man who looked like Edgar but wore the costume of a stranger. The clothes bothered Herring more than the condition. Nielsen Poe was Edgar's other cousin in Baltimore. He worked for the Postal Service and knew the city's secrets. Letters passed through his hands daily, messages between politicians, correspondence that could end careers. Nielsen understood how information moved through Baltimore like blood through veins. When Nielsen heard about Edgar's condition, he rushed to the hospital. He found his cousin wearing clothes that belonged to a working man. Rough fabric, cheap construction. Nothing Edgar would choose to wear. The clothes were a message written in cotton and wool. Dr. Morin would later tell different stories about Edgar's final days. Sometimes Edgar was conscious and speaking. Sometimes he was delirious and silent. The details changed depending on who asked the questions, but one detail remained constant. The clothes that didn't belong to him. Rufus Griswold worked as a literary critic in New York. He had feuded with Edgar for years over reviews and reputations. Griswold believed Edgar was a drunk and a failure. He had written harsh reviews of Edgar's work. He had spread rumors about Edgar's character. When news of Edgar's death reached New York, Griswold took the first train to Baltimore. He arrived carrying letters and documents, papers that would shape how the world remembered Edgar Poe. Griswold understood that dead men couldn't defend their reputations. Maria Clemm was Edgar's aunt and mother-in-law. She had raised him after his parents died. She knew his habits, his health, his struggles with alcohol. Maria lived in New York, but kept in touch through letters. She knew Edgar's handwriting better than anyone alive. When Maria received word of Edgar's death, she immediately suspected something wrong. Edgar had been sober for months. He had plans for the future. He was engaged to be married. Men don't abandon their dreams to die drunk in strange clothes in Baltimore taverns. The morgue attendant was a man named Phillips. He prepared bodies for burial and asked no questions about how they arrived. Phillips had worked in Baltimore long enough to understand the unspoken rules. Some deaths were accidents. Some deaths were convenient. Some deaths were both. Phillips prepared Edgar's body quickly. Too quickly for a famous writer. Too quietly for a public figure. The funeral arrangements were rushed through like paperwork for a pauper. As if someone wanted Edgar buried before too many people started asking questions about the clothes that didn't belong to him. Lombard Street woke up the same way it always did. Shopkeepers swept their stoops. Horses pulled wagons over cobblestones worn smooth by decades of traffic. The smell of fresh bread drifted from bakeries. Coffee boiled in kitchens above the shops. Ryan's Fourth Ward polls sat at the corner like it had for 20 years. The Tavern served as a polling place during elections and a drinking house every other day. Its wooden floors were stained dark with spilled ale and tobacco juice. The windows were small and dirty. Light barely reached the back corners. On most October mornings, Ryan's was empty except for the owner and maybe one or two regulars nursing coffee and yesterday's regrets. The election was still days away. The serious drinking wouldn't start until the votes were counted and the money changed hands. Baltimore in 1849 moved to the rhythm of ships and trains. The harbor brought goods from around the world. The railroad carried passengers north to Philadelphia and New York. The city grew rich on the movement of cargo and people. Everyone had somewhere to go. Edgar Poe had walked these same streets many times before. He knew Baltimore from his years at West Point and his time working for magazines. The city felt familiar to him, safe enough. Just another stop on the way to somewhere else. Travelers usually stayed at boarding houses near the train station. Clean rooms cost 50 cents a night. A hot meal cost another quarter. Most visitors kept to themselves and left the next morning. Baltimore was a place you passed through, not a place you stayed. The trains ran on schedule in 1849. The afternoon express to Philadelphia left at 3:30. The evening train to New York departed at 7. Edgar had taken both routes before. He knew the conductors and the station master. Travel was routine for a man who made his living with words. The Baltimore newspapers printed their election coverage weeks in advance. The outcomes were rarely surprises. The same families had controlled city politics for decades. Votes were counted, but the counting was often just ceremony. The real decisions happened in back rooms over whiskey and handshakes. Westminster Cemetery sat on the west side of town. Its graves held merchants and politicians, ship captains and shop owners. The cemetery was quiet and well maintained, a respectable place for respectable people to rest, the kind of place where famous writers might someday be buried. Dr. Morin ran the hospital with steady hands and few questions. He treated sailors with broken bones and politicians with broken promises. Baltimore medicine was practical medicine. You fixed what could be fixed and buried what couldn't be saved. The hospital ward smelled of carbolic acid and old suffering. Patients came and went. Some recovered, others didn't. Dr. Morin kept careful records of treatments and outcomes, but some records were more careful than others. On the evening of October 3rd, Baltimore looked like any other American city preparing for an election. Men gathered in taverns to argue about candidates they'd already chosen. Women hurried home before dark. Children played in the streets until their mothers called them in for supper. The back rooms of Baltimore taverns hosted the real business of politics. Money changed hands. Votes were promised. Problems were solved. These conversations happened in whispers and were forgotten by morning. Or at least they were supposed to be forgotten. Phillips, the morgue attendant, arrived at work before sunrise on October 4th. He found a body waiting for him. A man in strange clothes. No identification. No explanation. Just another job to be finished quickly and quietly. Phillips had prepared hundreds of bodies over the years. He knew the difference between natural death and unnatural death. He knew when to ask questions and when to keep silent. This was clearly a time for silence. The grave was dug quickly. The funeral was arranged quietly. Edgar Allan Poe would be buried in Baltimore soil within days of his death. No time for distant relatives to travel. No time for literary friends to gather. No time for anyone to examine the clothes that didn't belong to him. By the time the sun set on October 4th, Baltimore had returned to its normal rhythms. The taverns filled with their usual customers. The trains arrived and departed on schedule. The newspapers prepared their election coverage. Life went on as if nothing had happened, but something had happened. A famous writer lay dead in a Baltimore morgue, dressed in clothes that weren't his own. The official story was already being written. Edgar Allan Poe had died of drink and debauchery, a tragic end to a troubled life. The truth, like so many truths in Baltimore, would sink beneath the surface and stay there. The city had ways of making inconvenient facts disappear. The clothes that didn't belong to Edgar Poe were just the beginning of what Baltimore wanted to forget. Dr. John Moran had seen plenty of drunks in his time at Washington College Hospital. They came in raving and shaking, reeking of whiskey and their own filth. They cursed the nurses and fought the restraints. They saw things that weren't there and screamed at shadows on the wall. Edgar Poe wasn't like that. Dr. Moran would remember this detail for the rest of his life, though he would never speak of it publicly. The famous writer lay quiet in his hospital bed. His breathing was shallow but steady. His pulse was weak but regular. There was no smell of alcohol on his breath. The doctor made his notes in careful handwriting. Patient admitted in a state of delirium. Cause unknown. No obvious signs of intoxication. But when visitors came asking questions, Dr. Moran told a different story. He spoke of drink and dissipation. He mentioned the writer's well-known struggles with the bottle. The hospital records would later disappear. Some said they were lost in a fire. Others claimed they were simply misfiled. Dr. Moran kept his own private notes, but those vanished too. By the time historians came looking, there was nothing left but the doctor's public statements. Those statements changed over the years. In 1849, Dr. Moran spoke of a peaceful death. The patient had simply faded away in his sleep. By 1875, the story had grown more dramatic. Poe had called out strange names in his final hours. He had struggled against invisible enemies. He had died in agony. The truth was simpler and more troubling. Edgar Poe had arrived at the hospital wearing clothes that didn't fit him. His own garments were nowhere to be found. Someone had dressed him like a vagrant, like a man with no name or reputation to protect. Dr. Morin noticed this immediately. The coat was coarse wool, the kind worn by dock workers and day laborers. Poe's usual dress was refined, almost dandyish. He favored black broadcloth and fine linen. The boots on his feet were cracked and worn. They belonged to a man who walked Baltimore's rough streets for a living. Dr. Morin asked the obvious questions. Where were the patient's own clothes? Who had brought him to the hospital? How long had he been wearing these strange garments? The answers he received made no sense. Nobody knew anything. Nobody had seen anything. The man had simply appeared. The admission papers were filled out in a hurry. Someone wanted Edgar Poe processed quickly and quietly. His name was spelled wrong in the first entry. His age was listed incorrectly. His address was given as a boarding house where he had never lived. Dr. Morin began to understand that powerful people wanted this case closed. Phone calls were made to the hospital administration. Visitors arrived who weren't family or friends. They asked pointed questions about the doctor's discretion and his loyalty to Baltimore's reputation. The message was clear without being spoken. Edgar Poe had died of drink and dissipation. This was the story Baltimore needed. The city was preparing for an important election. Political tensions were running high. The last thing anyone wanted was a mysterious death that might attract unwanted attention. Dr. Morin was a young physician with a career to protect. He had a family to feed and a reputation to build. When influential men suggested that certain details might be better left unmentioned, he listened carefully. When they explained how a scandal might hurt the hospital's funding, he nodded his understanding. The strange clothes disappeared from the hospital's property room. The admission papers were rewritten with correct information. The original notes vanished from Dr. Morin's files. By the time Edgar Poe was buried, the official story was already set in stone. The newspapers printed what they were told to print. Edgar Allan Poe had died of acute congestion of the brain, brought on by excessive drinking. It was a sad but predictable end for a man who had struggled with alcohol his entire adult life. The city mourned briefly and moved on. Dr. Morin would carry his secret for decades. In private moments, he would remember the quiet man who had died wearing a stranger's clothes. He would wonder what had really happened during those 4 missing days. He would ask himself why powerful men had worked so hard to bury the truth. But he would never speak these thoughts aloud. Baltimore had made its decision about Edgar Allan Poe. The city needed him to die drunk and disgraced. The alternative was too dangerous to consider. Some truths were too inconvenient for a place like Baltimore to acknowledge. The doctor who wouldn't tell the truth took his real story to the grave. The official version became history. Edgar Poe had died as he had lived, a victim of his own weakness and excess. It was a lie that served everyone's interests except the truth. The whispers started at Ryan's Tavern on Fayette Street. Old-timers nursed their ales and spoke in low voices about the strange business with Edgar Poe. They had seen him around the city for years, a thin man with dark eyes who kept to himself. But the man they found at Gunner's Hall wasn't the Edgar Poe they knew. Wasn't wearing his own clothes, muttered Thomas Carey, who had worked the docks for 30 years. Man doesn't just forget his own coat. The others nodded and sipped their drinks. They had lived in Baltimore long enough to recognize when something didn't smell right. Mary Sullivan, who ran the boarding house on Lexington Street, remembered seeing Poe just 5 days before they found him. He had been wearing his usual black suit, the one with the frayed cuffs that he tried to keep hidden. Clean-shaven, too, she told her neighbor. Not a whisker on his face, but they say he had a mustache when they found him. The story made its way through the markets and shops like fog rolling off the harbor. At Brennan's General Store, customers lingered longer than usual, trading theories over sacks of flour and bolts of cloth. Everyone had a piece of the puzzle, but nobody could see the whole picture. For days, said Father McKenna after Sunday Mass. His parishioners gathered on the church steps, reluctant to go home. 4 whole days, and nobody knows where he was. A man doesn't just vanish in Baltimore. The priest had performed last rites for many souls, but something about Edgar Poe's death troubled him. Mrs. Catherine Walsh, who lived near the hospital, had her own story. She had seen men in fine coats visiting Dr. Morin late at night. "Gentlemen don't make house calls to doctors," she whispered to her sister. "Doctors make house calls to gentlemen." The distinction mattered in a city where everyone knew their place. Down at the fish market, where gossip flowed as freely as the tide, the vendors spoke of election day violence. They had seen it before during other elections. Men would disappear for days, then turn up beaten and confused, wearing clothes that weren't their own. The practice had a name in Baltimore. They called it cooping. "Happened to my cousin's boy 2 years back," said Samuel Morrison, scaling a rockfish with practiced strokes. "Gone 3 days before election. Found him in an alley, drunk as a lord, wearing some rich man's vest." The other vendors nodded knowingly. Baltimore elections were rough business. At the barber shop on Charles Street, the talk turned to politics. Edgar Poe had been a Virginia man, they said. He didn't know Baltimore's ways. He wouldn't have understood the danger of walking alone during election week. "Wrong place, wrong time," the barber said, stropping his razor. Cities got no patience for outsiders during voting season. The women who gathered at the pump on Monument Street had their own theories. They whispered about the clothes Edgar Poe had been wearing. Cheap wool, they said. The kind of suit they dressed vagrants in at the charity house. "Man had pride," said Ellen Murphy, filling her bucket. "Wouldn't be caught dead in clothes like that." The irony of her words wasn't lost on anyone. At the charity house itself, the workers remembered dressing bodies for burial. They knew the difference between a man's own clothes and the donated garments they kept for the poor. Someone had dressed Edgar Poe like a pauper, but he had died like a gentleman. The story grew with each telling, like ripples spreading across still water. By the time it reached the gravediggers at Westminster Cemetery, everyone agreed on one thing. Edgar Allan Poe had been murdered, and powerful people wanted it covered up. "Election day," they said, leaning on their shovels, "always brings trouble to Baltimore." They had buried enough victims to recognize the signs. A man doesn't lose 4 days of his life and then die by accident. But the newspapers told a different story. They wrote about alcohol and excess, about a troubled writer who couldn't control his demons. The official version was neat and simple. It blamed the victim and absolved the city. The locals knew better. They had lived through enough Baltimore elections to understand what really happened during those 4 missing days. Edgar Poe had become a casualty of the city's political machine. He had been cooped, used, and discarded like so many others before him. The truth lived in whispered conversations and knowing glances. It survived in the memories of dock workers and shopkeepers, of priests and barbers and gravediggers. They all knew what had happened to Edgar Allan Poe. They just couldn't prove it. Baltimore had always been a city built on secrets. The harbor that made it wealthy also made it dangerous. Ships arrived from places where men could disappear without questions. The docks stretched like fingers into the Patapsco River, each one hiding its own mysteries. The Susquehannock people had called this place Patapsco long before any Europeans set foot on its shores. They knew the river's moods, how it could rise without warning and swallow whole villages. The water carried stories downstream, stories that settled in the mud and stayed there. When the first settlers arrived in 1729, they found the remnants of old fishing weirs still standing in the shallows. The Susquehannock had built them to catch shad and herring during their spring runs. The colonists tore them down to make room for their own plans. By 1750, Baltimore was already learning how to hide its problems. The city grew fast around the harbor, and fast growth meant loose rules. Men came here to escape their pasts. They found work on the docks or in the shipyards, no questions asked about where they came from. The Revolutionary War made Baltimore rich. Privateers sailed from its harbor with letters of marque. Legal pirates hunting British merchant ships. When they returned with their prizes, the city asked no questions about how the cargo was obtained. Baltimore learned early that some truths were better left buried. After the war, the political machines took root. Baltimore's wards were carved up like pieces of a pie, each one controlled by men who understood that votes could be bought, sold, or stolen. The system worked because everyone who mattered got their share. By 1849, Election Day in Baltimore had become something between a carnival and a war. The political clubs would gather their supporters in taverns and boarding houses. They fed them whiskey and told them how to vote. Sometimes they told them to vote more than once. The practice they called cooping had been perfected over decades. Political gangs would kidnap men off the streets, especially strangers who wouldn't be missed. They held them in cellars and back rooms, keeping them drunk or drugged until Election Day. When the time came, they would dress their victims in different clothes and march them from polling station to polling station. A man might vote 5 or 6 times in a single day, each time wearing a different hat or coat. The poll workers were paid to look the other way. The victims rarely remembered what happened to them. The gangs made sure of that with laudanum, alcohol, and sometimes worse. Men would wake up days later in alleys or doorways, wearing clothes that didn't belong to them, with no memory of how they got there. Some of them never woke up at all. The Cooping gangs weren't gentle with their prisoners. Men died from the drugs, from the beatings, from being kept in damp cellars without proper food or water. Their bodies ended up in the harbor or in unmarked graves outside the city. The newspapers rarely wrote about cooping. The editors were either bought off or threatened into silence. When victims did surface, their stories were dismissed as the ravings of drunks or madmen. Who would believe such wild tales about kidnapping and forced voting? The political machines had turned election fraud into an art form. They knew which wards were safe and which ones needed extra votes. They knew which judges would look the other way and which police officers could be trusted to stay busy elsewhere. October 1849 was supposed to be just another election in Baltimore. The mayoral race was close, and both sides were preparing their usual tricks. The Cooping gangs were already at work, snatching men off the streets and holding them in their secret places. Edgar Allan Poe arrived in the city at exactly the wrong time. He was a stranger traveling alone, with no one expecting him. To the Cooping gangs, he looked like the perfect victim, a man who wouldn't be missed for days. The city had been practicing this dark art for 20 years. They had perfected the methods and corrupted the officials. They had turned election day into a machine that consumed strangers and spat out votes. What happened to Edgar Poe was not unusual in Baltimore. It was just another day's work for the political machine. The only difference was that this time their victim was famous enough that his death couldn't be completely ignored. The city that had learned to hide privateer gold and election fraud would have no trouble hiding one more murder. Baltimore had always been very good at keeping its secrets buried. Three weeks after Edgar Poe died, a young reporter named William Hand Brown started asking questions. He worked for the Baltimore American, and something about the official story bothered him like a splinter under the skin. The city had moved on. The election was over. But Brown couldn't stop thinking about the famous writer they'd found in strange clothes. He started at Ryan's Tavern on Lombard Street, where they'd discovered Poe. The bartender remembered that day clearly. Too clearly, Brown thought. The man's story sounded rehearsed, like lines from a play he'd performed many times. Yes, the writer had been drunk. Yes, he'd been calling for someone named Reynolds. No, nobody knew who Reynolds was. But when Brown pressed for details, the bartender's memory became fuzzy. What time had Poe arrived? The man couldn't say. How long had he been there? Maybe an hour, maybe 3. Who else had been in the tavern? Just the usual crowd, nobody special. The bartender's eyes kept darting toward the back room, as if someone might be listening. Brown walked the alleys behind Ryan's Tavern. He found something interesting. A door that led to a basement room with no windows. The kind of place where you could keep someone for days without anyone hearing them scream. The door was locked, but the wood around the hinges was scarred and splintered. Someone had been breaking out of that room regularly. The election judges were even less helpful than the bartender. They claimed they'd never heard of cooping gangs. Baltimore was a respectable city, they said. The elections were fair and honest. When Brown mentioned the strange clothes Poe had been wearing, they suggested he'd probably bought them from a second-hand dealer. Writers were poor, after all. They had to make do. So Brown visited every second-hand shop in the city. None of them remembered selling clothes to Edgar Poe. More interesting, several shop owners told him the same thing without being asked. A man had come around the week before, asking them not to talk to reporters about recent sales. The man had been very persuasive, they said, very generous with his money. The police records were missing 4 pages from the week Poe died. The desk sergeant claimed it was just a clerical error. Papers got lost sometimes. But Brown noticed that the missing pages covered exactly the 4 days between when Poe arrived in Baltimore and when they found him at the tavern. 4 days that nobody could account for. At Washington College Hospital, Brown found Dr. John Moran, who had treated Poe in his final hours. The doctor was willing to talk, but his story kept changing. First, he said Poe had been delirious from alcohol. Then he mentioned that the writer's pulse had been weak and irregular, like someone who'd been drugged. When Brown asked about the strange clothes, Moran looked uncomfortable. The cemetery groundskeeper had buried Poe, and he remembered something odd. The coffin had been heavier than it should have been for such a thin man. When he'd mentioned this to the funeral director, he'd been told to keep his observations to himself. The family wanted privacy. The funeral director had explained. No need to spread gossip about a famous writer. Brown's investigation led him to the 4th Ward Political Club, where the cooping operations were planned. The building was always locked, but he found a window that hadn't been properly secured. Inside, he discovered something that made his blood run cold. Lists of names, addresses, and physical descriptions. Men who had disappeared during election season over the past 5 years. Some of the names on the lists were familiar. Sailors who had vanished from the docks. Travelers who had checked into boarding houses and never checked out. immigrants who had arrived on ships and simply disappeared into the city. The lists were organized by election year, with notes about which polling stations each man had voted at. Brown found 3 boarding house owners who admitted they'd been paid to forget about guests who never returned. The money came from a man who worked for the political machine, they said. He visited after every election, settling accounts and making sure everyone understood the importance of discretion. Baltimore was a city that valued its reputation. At the train station, Brown discovered that Edgar Poe's ticket to Philadelphia had never been used. The writer had bought passage on the morning train, but he'd never boarded. The ticket agent remembered him clearly. Poe had seemed nervous, looking over his shoulder as if someone was following him. He'd asked about the next train to New York, then changed his mind and bought the Philadelphia ticket instead. The more Brown investigated, the clearer the pattern became. Edgar Poe had been grabbed off the street by Cooping gang members who didn't know who he was. They'd held him for 4 days, drugging him and preparing him to vote multiple times under different names. But something had gone wrong. Maybe Poe had fought back. Maybe he'd had a bad reaction to the drugs. They used to keep their victims compliant. When Poe died, the political machine had faced a problem. They couldn't let anyone discover what had really happened. So they dressed him in the clothes of another victim, dumped him at Ryan's Tavern, and spread the story that he'd died of drink. The city's newspapers had been happy to cooperate. Nobody wanted Baltimore's reputation damaged by stories of election, fraud, and murder. Brown wrote his story carefully, documenting everything he'd found. But when he submitted it to his editor, he was told the story was too dangerous to print. But there were witnesses, people who had seen things that night at Ryan's Tavern, people who remembered details that didn't match the official story. Their voices were never recorded in any newspaper or police report, but they talked among themselves in quiet corners and behind closed doors. Thomas Brennan worked the bar at Ryan's that October night. He'd been pouring drinks for 15 years, and he knew the difference between a drunk and a sick man. Years later, when he was old and his hands shook too much to hold a glass steady, he told his grandson what he'd really seen. The man they brought in wasn't drunk, Brennan said. I've seen plenty of drunks in my time. This fellow was something else entirely. His eyes were wide open, but he wasn't seeing anything. Like he was looking through the world instead of at it. Brennan remembered how the stranger's clothes hung loose on his frame. The coat was too big, the pants too long. The boots didn't match. One was black leather, the other brown. Nobody dresses like that on purpose, Brennan said. Those weren't his clothes. The old bartender recalled 3 men who'd been buying drinks for strangers all evening. They paid in silver coins and kept to themselves. When they brought in the sick man, they ordered whiskey for him, even though he couldn't lift the glass to his lips. They kept saying he was their friend, Brennan remembered. But friends don't treat friends like that. They were rough with him, impatient, like they had somewhere else to be. Mary Sullivan cleaned rooms at the boarding house next to Ryan's Tavern. She was sweeping the front steps when she saw the men carry someone inside. What struck her wasn't the sick man, but the way the 3 strangers kept looking over their shoulders. They were nervous, she told her sister years later. Kept checking the street like they expected someone to follow them. That's not how you act when you're helping a friend who's had too much to drink. Sullivan noticed something else. The sick man's lips were moving, but no sound came out. He was trying to say something, she remembered. His mouth kept forming words, but nothing came out except little gasps. The strangers stayed for less than an hour. They left the sick man slumped in a chair and walked out without looking back. Sullivan watched them disappear into the fog that had rolled in from the harbor. James McKenna drove a hack around Baltimore streets. On the night of October 3rd, he'd picked up 4 men near the docks. 3 were walking. 1 was being carried between them. The men who hired him paid double his usual rate and told him to drive slowly. They didn't want to get where they were going too fast, McKenna told his wife. That should have been my first warning that something wasn't right. The men in his hack talked in low voices about voting and names, and which precincts were still safe. McKenna pretended not to listen, but he caught enough to understand they were part of the election machine that ran Baltimore's politics. The sick fellow kept mumbling about Virginia, McKenna remembered. He'd say Richmond clear as day, then go back to mumbling. The other men told him to be quiet, but he couldn't seem to help himself. When they reached Ryan's Tavern, the three men carried their companion inside. McKenna waited for his payment, but they told him to leave immediately. "Don't wait around," one of them said. "Forget you saw us tonight." But McKenna didn't forget. He drove past Ryan's Tavern the next morning and saw a crowd gathering. Someone had found a man unconscious inside, and they were loading him into a cart bound for the hospital. "I knew it was the same fellow from the night before," McKenna said. "Same clothes, same pale face." But now they were calling him Edgar Poe, the writer. Said he'd been drinking himself to death. These witnesses never testified at any inquest. No detective ever asked them what they'd seen. The official story was that Edgar Poe had wandered into Ryan's Tavern on his own, drunk and delirious. But the people who worked in that neighborhood knew better. They'd seen the Cooping gangs operate before. They recognized the signs of a political kidnapping gone wrong. The strangers who bought drinks that night were never identified. The three men who carried Poe into the tavern disappeared into Baltimore's political underground. The witnesses kept their stories to themselves, knowing that speaking up could be dangerous in a city where elections were bought and sold like any other commodity. In the final hours before Edgar Poe died, he spoke one name over and over: Reynolds. The nurses heard it clearly. The attending physician wrote it down in his notes. For 3 days, as fever burned through his body, Poe called out for someone named Reynolds with the desperation of a drowning man reaching for shore. The doctors assumed it was delirium. They'd seen dying men call out for mothers, wives, childhood friends who existed only in fevered memories. But Edgar Poe wasn't calling for his dead wife Virginia or his foster father John Allan. He was calling for Reynolds, and nobody at Washington Medical College knew who that might be. The name meant something specific in Baltimore that October. Henry Reynolds ran a shipping company down by the harbor. His warehouses lined the waterfront like gray wooden teeth. Reynolds had connections to the Whig Party machine that controlled Baltimore's elections. He owned judges, bought votes, and made problems disappear into the Patapsco River. But there was another Reynolds who mattered more to Edgar Poe's story. Jeremiah Reynolds was a naval officer and explorer who had sailed to the South Pole with the United States Exploring Expedition. Poe had written about Reynolds in several stories. He'd used the explorers' accounts of Antarctic ice and mysterious southern seas as inspiration for his tales of adventure and horror. The connection ran deeper than literary inspiration. Reynolds had published detailed reports about political corruption in American ports. He documented how election gangs operated in cities like Baltimore, New York, and Philadelphia. His naval intelligence reports described the Cooping system in precise detail. Those reports had made Reynolds enemies among the political machines that controlled urban elections. By 1849, he'd been quietly transferred to desk duty in Washington. His investigations into vote buying and political kidnapping had been buried in Navy Department files. But Edgar Poe had read those reports. 3 months before his death, Poe had traveled to Washington seeking government employment. He'd met with officials at the Navy Department. He'd asked specific questions about Reynolds and the exploring expedition. Witnesses remembered Poe taking careful notes about political corruption in Baltimore, now dying in a Baltimore hospital. Poe called out for Reynolds like a man trying to send a message. The nurses thought it was madness. The doctors wrote it off as fever dreams. But the name carried weight in the political circles that had likely ordered Poe's kidnapping. Henry Reynolds, the shipping magnate, had been in Baltimore during election week. His warehouses had been used as staging areas for cooping operations. His men had been seen near Ryan's Tavern on the night Edgar Poe was found. But Reynolds had an alibi prepared by the time questions started being asked. The other Reynolds, the naval explorer, received word of Poe's death while stationed in Washington. He immediately requested all documents related to his Baltimore corruption investigations. Those files were transferred to his personal custody and never seen again. The Navy Department claimed they'd been lost in a clerical error. What Edgar Poe knew about Reynolds and Baltimore's election system died with him. The stories he might have written about political corruption were never published. The evidence he'd gathered during his Washington meetings disappeared along with his personal papers. But the pattern was clear to anyone willing to see it. Poe had been investigating the same political machine that killed him. He'd connected Baltimore's Cooping gangs to broader networks of corruption. He'd discovered how men like Henry Reynolds used election violence to control American cities. The name Reynolds wasn't delirium. It was Edgar Poe's final attempt to identify his killers. He was trying to tell the doctors and nurses who had ordered his kidnapping. He was leaving a clue for anyone brave enough to follow it. Nobody followed that clue. The Reynolds connection was buried along with Edgar Poe. The shipping magnate continued his operations. The naval explorer kept his silence. The political machine that controlled Baltimore moved on to its next victim. But the dying man's words had been recorded. Reynolds, the name that connected Edgar Poe's death to Baltimore's election corruption. The key that could have unlocked the truth about how America's greatest writer was murdered by the democracy he'd tried to expose. The pattern was complete. Edgar Poe had discovered something that powerful men wanted hidden. He'd connected names and dates and locations that weren't supposed to be connected. And when he tried to expose the truth, Baltimore's political machine made sure he'd never write another word. Nielsen Poe had a problem. His famous cousin was dead. The newspapers were asking questions, and somewhere in Edgar's belongings were letters that could destroy everything. The family had gathered at the Richmond house 3 weeks after the funeral. They'd come to divide Edgar's possessions, his manuscripts, his books, his correspondence, all the paper traces of a writer's life. Nielsen found the letters in Edgar's writing desk, dozens of them, some addressed to Edgar, others written in Edgar's careful hand, but never sent. The cousin read them by candlelight, while the others sorted through books in the next room. The letters told a story that couldn't be allowed to survive. Edgar had been investigating Baltimore's election corruption for months before his death. He'd written to newspaper editors in Philadelphia and New York. He'd documented names and dates and payments. One letter described a meeting Edgar had witnessed in a Baltimore tavern. Political operatives dividing money. vote buyers receiving their assignments. Edgar had taken notes. He'd planned to write an exposé that would bring down the entire machine. Another letter mentioned Reynolds by name, not as a delirious cry, but as a calculated accusation. Edgar had connected the shipping magnate to the Cooping gangs. He'd traced payments from Reynolds's company to the men who kidnapped voters. Nielsen fed the first letter to the fire. The paper curled and blackened. Edgar's careful handwriting disappeared into smoke and ash. The cousin felt the heat on his face as months of investigation turned to nothing. He burned them one by one. Each letter was evidence of a murder conspiracy. Each page connected Edgar's death to Baltimore's political corruption. Each word threatened to expose the truth that powerful men had killed to hide. The family never knew what Nielsen had found. They divided Edgar's published works and personal effects. They took his books and his furniture and his clothes. But the letters that could have solved his murder had already become ash in a Richmond fireplace. Maria Clemm asked about Edgar's correspondence. She knew he'd been a careful letter writer. He'd kept copies of important communications. Where were his papers from the final months? Nielsen told her Edgar had been careless with his papers. The drinking had made him disorganized. Most of his recent letters had been lost or destroyed. There was nothing worth preserving from his final year. The lie came easily. Nielsen had practiced it while the letters burned. Edgar's reputation would be protected. The family would remember him as a troubled genius who died of his own weaknesses, not as a murdered journalist who'd gotten too close to the truth. But Edgar had been more careful than his cousin knew. He'd sent copies of some letters to newspaper editors. He'd shared his research with other writers. The investigation hadn't died completely in that Richmond fireplace. One letter survived in the files of the Philadelphia Saturday Evening Post. Edgar had written to the editor about Baltimore's election fraud. He described the Cooping system in detail. He'd named specific taverns and specific operatives. The editor had planned to publish Edgar's exposé after the election. But when news came of the writer's death, the story was quietly buried. Nobody wanted to investigate a dead man's accusations, especially accusations that might get living men killed. Another letter reached a friend in New York. Edgar had written about his fear of Baltimore's political machine. He'd mentioned receiving threats. He'd asked his friend to publish his research if anything happened to him. The friend kept the letter for 20 years. He showed it to other writers. He talked about Edgar's final investigation, but he never published the accusations. The political machine that had killed Edgar Poe was still powerful enough to reach from Baltimore to New York. The pattern of silence spread like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. Each person who knew the truth found reasons to keep quiet. Each witness discovered that some stories were too dangerous to tell. Nielsen Poe lived with his secret for 30 more years. He became a successful lawyer and judge. He wrote respectful obituaries about his famous cousin. He never mentioned the letters he'd burned or the investigation he'd destroyed. The cousin died in 1884. His final words were about Edgar. He called his cousin's name 3 times before the end. Some said it was guilt. Others claimed it was grief. But those who knew the family whispered that Nielsen Poe had carried the weight of those burned letters for 35 years. The truth about Edgar Poe's murder had been reduced to ash in a Richmond fireplace. The evidence had been scattered like smoke on a November wind. The investigation that might have exposed Baltimore's political corruption had been destroyed by family loyalty and fear. But secrets have a way of surviving even when the evidence burns. The story of those letters passed from person to person. Writers and journalists whispered about Edgar's final investigation. They talked about the cousin who'd chosen silence over justice, the political machine that killed Edgar Poe continued its operations for decades. The Cooping gangs kept kidnapping voters. The corruption kept spreading. And the truth about America's greatest writer remained buried beneath layers of lies and burned letters. Maria Clemm sat by the window in her Philadelphia boarding house. The light was fading on another cold November day. She held Edgar's final letter in her hands. The paper was thin as tissue from being folded and unfolded so many times. She'd read it every day since his death. The words never changed. But what wasn't written there haunted her more than what was. Edgar had promised to visit her before Baltimore. He'd sworn he would stop in Philadelphia on his way north. The letter made no mention of any detour. Maria knew her son-in-law better than anyone alive. Edgar never changed his plans without telling her. He never went anywhere without writing first. His letters to her were detailed as ship's logs. He told her what he ate for breakfast. He described the weather in every city. The Richmond letters had been full of hope. Edgar was engaged to marry Elmira Shelton. His lecture tour was going well. He'd stopped drinking completely. The last letter from Richmond mentioned his plans to collect Maria in Philadelphia. They would travel to New York together, but Edgar never came to Philadelphia. He never sent word about Baltimore. The man who wrote her 3 times a week had gone silent for 4 days. Maria waited at the boarding house. She watched every train from the south. No Edgar, no letter, no explanation. When the news came from Baltimore, it made no sense. Edgar found in strange clothes at a polling place. Edgar drinking again after months of sobriety. Edgar calling for someone named Reynolds. Maria had never heard Edgar mention anyone by that name. The doctors in Baltimore told her Edgar had been drinking for days. They said he'd been on a bender that started the moment he left Richmond. But Maria knew better. She'd seen Edgar drunk. She'd nursed him through his worst binges. This wasn't the same thing. The funeral happened too fast. Maria barely had time to travel from Philadelphia to Baltimore. The service was rushed. The burial was simple. Nobody wanted to talk about the 4 missing days. Nobody could explain the strange clothes. Maria returned to Philadelphia with more questions than answers. She wrote letters to everyone Edgar had known in Baltimore. Most never replied. Those who did wrote careful, polite responses that said nothing useful. The silence felt deliberate. She tried to piece together Edgar's final week. The Richmond lectures had ended well. He'd been sober and hopeful. The train from Richmond to Philadelphia was direct. There was no reason to stop in Baltimore. No business there. No friends expecting him. But something had pulled Edgar to Baltimore. Something important enough to change his careful plans. Something dangerous enough to get him killed. Maria began to suspect the truth was darker than anyone wanted to admit. The newspapers painted Edgar as a drunk who'd fallen back into old habits. They made his death sound inevitable. A tragic but predictable end for a troubled genius. Maria read every article. She saved every clipping. None of them explained the impossible details. Years passed. Maria grew old in her Philadelphia boarding house. She never stopped asking questions about Baltimore. She never stopped wondering about those 4 missing days. The official story never satisfied her. Edgar's death felt like an unsolved puzzle. Maria Clemm died in 1871. She was buried in a Baltimore cemetery, not far from Edgar's grave. Her final words were about her son-in-law. She whispered that she'd never believed the drinking story. She'd carried that doubt for 22 years. The boarding house keeper found Maria's papers after the funeral. Letters from Edgar. Newspaper clippings about his death. Pages of notes in Maria's careful handwriting. Questions she'd never stopped asking. Theories she'd never stopped developing. But Maria Clemm had never spoken publicly about her suspicions. She'd never challenged the official story. She'd kept her doubts private until the end. The woman who knew Edgar best had chosen silence over truth. The impossible detail wasn't what Maria Clemm said about Edgar's death. It was what she never said. The woman who'd raised Edgar from childhood, who'd nursed him through every crisis, who'd loved him like a son. She'd spent 22 years knowing the Baltimore story was false, and she'd never told anyone why. The Baltimore Sun printed its first story about Edgar Poe on October 8th, 1849. 4 days after they found him at Ryan's Tavern. The headline was simple: Death of Edgar A. Poe. The article was 3 paragraphs long. It said Edgar had died from congestion of the brain, a medical term that meant nothing and everything. But the Sun had printed a different story 2 days earlier. On October 6th, the same newspaper ran a brief notice. It mentioned Edgar's condition at the hospital. It said he was suffering from brain fever brought on by exposure and fatigue. No mention of drinking. No suggestion of alcohol. The October 6th story came from Dr. Morin himself. He'd spoken to a Sun reporter at Washington College Hospital. The doctor had been careful with his words. He'd described Edgar's symptoms without naming a cause. Brain fever was a catch-all diagnosis. It could mean anything from infection to poisoning. 2 days later, the story changed completely. The October 8th article blamed Edgar's death on his old demons. It painted him as a man who'd lost his final battle with the bottle. The Sun had decided that brain fever wasn't dramatic enough. Baltimore readers wanted a moral lesson about the wages of sin. Other newspapers picked up the Sun's second version. The story spread across America like wildfire. Edgar Poe, the master of dark tales, had died as he'd lived, in the grip of his addictions. It was a narrative that made perfect sense to people who'd never met him. But the Richmond Whig published something different. Edgar's hometown newspaper had known him for years. Their obituary mentioned his death without blaming alcohol. They focused on his literary achievements. They called him a man of genius who died too young. The Philadelphia papers were split. Some followed Baltimore's lead and wrote about Edgar's drinking. Others questioned the official story. They pointed out that Edgar had been sober for months before his death. His friends in Philadelphia had seen no signs of relapse. The New York papers were the most skeptical. They'd watched Edgar's career closely. They knew his reputation for sobriety had improved dramatically in his final years. Several editors had worked with him recently. They'd found him professional and clear-headed. The Boston Transcript ran the most detailed investigation. They interviewed people who'd seen Edgar in his final weeks. Hotel clerks in Richmond, fellow passengers on the steamboat to Baltimore. None of them reported signs of drinking. The transcript suggested that Edgar might have been the victim of foul play, but Baltimore's newspapers closed ranks around the drinking story. The Sun, the American, the Clipper. They all agreed that Edgar had died from his own weakness. They painted him as a cautionary tale. A brilliant man brought low by his appetites. The problem was that nobody could explain the 4 missing days. Edgar had arrived in Baltimore on September 28th. He wasn't found until October 3rd. 5 days in a city where he knew almost nobody. The newspapers glossed over this gap. They assumed he'd been drinking somewhere. The skeptics pointed out the obvious flaws. Edgar's clothes didn't fit him. His hair had been cut recently. He'd been calling for someone named Reynolds. These details didn't match the story of a man drinking alone for days. Some newspapers tried to address these inconsistencies. They suggested Edgar had sold his good clothes for drinking money. They claimed he'd gotten a haircut to look respectable. They said Reynolds was probably a bartender or drinking companion, but the explanations felt forced. Edgar had been carrying money when they found him. Not much, but enough to buy food and lodging. Why would he sell his clothes and sleep in the streets? Why would he get a haircut but not change into clean clothes? The Baltimore papers had another problem. Dr. Morin kept changing his story. First, he'd blamed brain fever. Then, he'd suggested drinking. Later, he'd mentioned that Edgar had been lucid at times. The doctor seemed uncertain about what had actually killed his patient. By November, most newspapers had moved on to other stories. Edgar's death became accepted history. The drinking narrative stuck because it was simple. It explained everything without raising uncomfortable questions about Baltimore politics. But a few editors kept asking questions. They noticed that Edgar's death had happened during election season. They wondered about the timing. They suggested that someone might have wanted Edgar silenced. These theories never gained traction in the mainstream press. The newspaper that changed its story was the Baltimore Sun. They'd started with the truth from Dr. Morin. Brain fever from unknown causes. But they'd ended with a morality tale about the dangers of drink. The question was why they'd made that change, and who had convinced them to do it. Dr. Joseph Snodgrass knew exactly how much laudanum it took to kill a man. He'd been practicing medicine in Baltimore for 15 years. He'd seen opium overdoses before. He'd watched men die from too much of the poppy's milk. Edgar's symptoms didn't match what he knew about laudanum poisoning. Snodgrass had been one of the first doctors to examine Edgar at the hospital. He'd written detailed notes about what he'd observed. Edgar's pupils weren't pinpoint small like they should have been with opium. His breathing wasn't shallow and slow. His skin wasn't the blue-gray color that came with narcotic overdose. The doctor had seen something else that troubled him. Edgar's hands shook with a tremor that suggested withdrawal, not intoxication. His body was fighting to get rid of something, not succumbing to it. The symptoms looked more like poisoning than overdose. But Snodgrass kept his observations to himself for months. Other doctors in Baltimore had noticed the same things. Dr. John Moran wasn't the only physician who'd examined Edgar during those final days. 3 other doctors had been consulted. All of them had written notes. None of them had mentioned laudanum as the cause of death in their private records. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell had been practicing in Philadelphia when Edgar died. She'd read the newspaper accounts with growing skepticism. The symptoms described didn't match any known form of alcohol poisoning. They didn't match opium overdose either. She'd written letters to colleagues in Baltimore asking for more details. The letters she received back were troubling. The Baltimore doctors admitted privately that Edgar's death remained a mystery. They couldn't explain what had killed him, but they'd been advised not to speculate publicly. Someone wanted the laudanum story to stick, even though the medical evidence didn't support it. Dr. Snodgrass finally spoke up in December of 1849. He wrote a letter to the Baltimore Sun explaining what he'd actually observed. Edgar hadn't died from drinking or laudanum. He'd died from something else entirely. The letter was published once, then never mentioned again. The response to Snodgrass's letter was swift and harsh. Other Baltimore doctors criticized him publicly. They said he was seeking attention. They suggested his memory was faulty. The medical establishment closed ranks against anyone who questioned the official story. But Snodgrass wasn't the only doctor who refused to stay quiet. Dr. William Carpenter had examined Edgar's clothing at the hospital. He'd found no smell of alcohol on the fabric, no stains that suggested heavy drinking. The clothes themselves told a different story than the one being spread through Baltimore. Carpenter had also noticed something strange about Edgar's appearance. His fingernails were clean and well trimmed. His hair had been recently washed. These weren't the signs of a man who'd been drinking heavily for days. They were the signs of someone who'd been cared for or controlled. The doctors who spoke up paid a price for their honesty. Snodgrass lost patience. Carpenter found it harder to get referrals from other physicians. The Baltimore medical community made it clear that questioning Edgar's death was bad for business. Most doctors learned to keep their doubts to themselves. Years later, when the political heat had died down, some of these doctors would speak more freely. They'd admit that Edgar's death had never made medical sense. They'd explain how the Laudanum story had been pushed on them by people outside the medical profession. But by then, the official story had become accepted history. Dr. Snodgrass kept his original notes about Edgar's examination until he died in 1880. His family found them among his papers after the funeral. The notes described symptoms that matched neither alcohol poisoning nor laudanum overdose. They described something that looked more like deliberate poisoning with an unknown substance. The doctors who believed Edgar had been murdered never formed an organized group. They never published their findings together, but they knew what they'd seen. They knew the official story was wrong. They carried that knowledge with them for the rest of their lives, speaking about it only in private conversations with trusted colleagues. The medical evidence was clear to anyone who wanted to see it. Edgar Poe hadn't died from laudanum. He hadn't died from drinking. He died from something else entirely. Something that someone in Baltimore had wanted to keep secret. The doctors who examined him knew this, but knowing the truth and being able to prove it were two very different things. Baltimore in 1849 was a city that ran on favors and fear. The harbor district stretched along the waterfront like a maze of brick warehouses and narrow alleys. Coal smoke hung in the air from morning until night. The smell of fish and tar mixed with the scent of money changing hands in dark corners. The fourth ward was where the real power lived, not in the mayor's office or the courthouse, but in a cramped room above Murphy's Tavern on Lexington Street. Men in expensive coats met there every Tuesday night to decide who would win elections before the votes were even counted. They called themselves the Know-Nothing Party, but they knew everything that mattered in Baltimore. Edgar Poe had stumbled into something bigger than himself that October. The Cooping gangs weren't just random criminals looking for easy money. They were part of a machine that had been grinding through Baltimore for 20 years. A machine that turned poor men into voters and voters into power. The basement of Ryan's Tavern on Lombard Street had held dozens of men over the years. They kept them there for days, feeding them whiskey and laudanum until they forgot their own names. Then they dressed them in different clothes and marched them from polling place to polling place. One man could vote 10 times in a single day if you knew how to work the system. The cemetery on Fayette Street held the bodies of men who'd asked too many questions. Not famous men like Edgar Poe, but ordinary citizens who tried to expose the Cooping gangs. Dock workers who'd seen too much. Newspaper reporters who'd written the wrong stories. They all ended up in unmarked graves with causes of death that nobody questioned. The Baltimore Sun had printed 3 different versions of Edgar's death story in the weeks after he died. The first version mentioned the strange clothes and the mysterious 4 days. The second version focused on his drinking problem. The third version, printed 2 weeks later, barely mentioned the circumstances at all. Someone had been talking to the editors. The men who ran Baltimore lived in grand houses on Monument Street. They had carriages and servants and bank accounts that grew larger every election year. They threw parties where judges and police captains drank imported wine and made deals that would shape the city for decades to come. Election Day in Baltimore was theater performed with real consequences. The same faces appeared at multiple polling stations throughout the day, wearing different hats and coats each time. Poll watchers who tried to challenge the obvious fraud found themselves facing groups of angry men who suggested they might want to go home early. Dr. Morin had treated other victims of the Cooping gangs over the years. He recognized the symptoms that Edgar displayed in the hospital. The confusion, the trembling, the way he called out names that made no sense. These were signs of systematic poisoning, not simple drunkenness. The Fourth Ward stretched from the harbor to Federal Hill. Every street corner had its watchers, men who reported back to the ward bosses about who was asking questions and who might cause problems. Writers were particularly dangerous because they had access to newspapers and magazines that reached beyond Baltimore. The warehouse on Light Street had been empty since 1847, but neighbors sometimes saw lights in the windows late at night. They heard voices and the sound of footsteps on wooden floors. The building belonged to one of the ward bosses, though no legitimate business operated there anymore. The Know-Nothing Party held their real meetings in rooms that most Baltimore citizens never saw. They planned election strategies that involved kidnapping, drugging, and sometimes killing anyone who threatened their control. Writers like Edgar Poe represented a particular kind of danger because their words could reach people in other cities. The alleys of Baltimore had swallowed dozens of inconvenient people over the years. Men who'd witnessed ballot stuffing, women who'd seen too much violence, children who'd overheard the wrong conversations. The city had a way of making problems disappear, and Edgar Poe had become a problem. The maps on the wall of the Fourth Ward headquarters showed every polling place in Baltimore. Red pins marked locations where the Cooping gangs operated. Blue pins marked friendly judges who wouldn't ask difficult questions. Green pins marked newspaper editors who could be trusted to print the right stories. The harbor brought money into Baltimore, but it also brought witnesses. Sailors from other ports, merchants from Philadelphia and New York, travelers who might notice things that locals had learned to ignore. The political machine worked best when outsiders didn't pay too much attention to how Baltimore conducted its business. The groundskeeper at Westminster Cemetery had buried more than his share of men who died under suspicious circumstances. He'd learned not to ask questions about the bodies that arrived with minimal paperwork and rushed funeral arrangements. Some graves were meant to be forgotten as quickly as possible. The courthouse on Calvert Street was where the machine's power became official. Judges appointed by ward bosses ruled on cases involving election fraud. Police captains who owed their positions to political favors decided which crimes deserved investigation. The building itself seemed to lean toward the harbor, as if the weight of corruption was pulling it down. In the private studies of Baltimore's political bosses, Edgar Poe's death was discussed like any other business transaction. Philadelphia had its own version of the Baltimore machine. 2 years before Poe's death, a young journalist named Thomas McKean disappeared from the docks near Market Street. He'd been writing about vote buying in the Irish wards. His body turned up 3 days later, dressed in clothes that weren't his own. The Tammany Hall bosses in New York perfected the art of making problems disappear. They called it taking care of business. When a writer named Samuel Morse started asking questions about ballot stuffing in the 5 Points, he vanished for a week. He came back wearing a stranger's coat and couldn't remember where he'd been. Boston's political machine was more refined than Baltimore's, but just as ruthless. They preferred to destroy reputations rather than bodies. A poet named William Cullen Bryant learned this when he criticized the ward system in print. Within a month, every newspaper in the city was running stories about his drinking problem. Charleston's machine operated through the cotton trade. Writers who questioned how votes were bought and sold in the port districts often found themselves on ships bound for distant ports. They'd return weeks later with no memory of their voyage, wearing clothes that smelled of tar and salt water. Richmond's politicians had learned from Baltimore's methods. When a newspaper editor named John Daniel started investigating election fraud in the tobacco districts, he disappeared for 5 days. He was found wandering the streets in a stranger's clothes, calling out names nobody recognized. The boarding houses near the Capitol were full of men who'd crossed the wrong political bosses. They sat in dim parlors wearing clothes that didn't fit, trying to remember how they'd gotten there. Some of them had been writers once. Now they just stared at the walls and whispered about things they couldn't quite recall. Cincinnati's river bosses used the same tactics as their eastern cousins. A writer named Salmon Chase questioned how votes were counted in the German wards. He vanished during a steamboat festival and returned 3 days later dressed like a dock worker, speaking in a language nobody could identify. New Orleans perfected the art of making men disappear in plain sight. The Creole bosses would drug their targets with laudanum and dress them in strangers' clothes. Then they'd leave them in public places where everyone could see them, but nobody would believe their stories about what had happened. Detroit's lumber bosses borrowed Baltimore's methods when dealing with troublesome journalists. They'd take men to the mills outside the city, keep them drugged for days, then return them wearing the clothes of dead lumberjacks. The victims would babble about sawdust and spinning wheels, but nobody took them seriously. St. Louis had its own version of the Cooping gangs. They called them river rats. When a writer named Mark Twain started asking questions about vote buying on the riverfront, he disappeared for a week. He came back wearing a pilot's uniform that was 3 sizes too big, talking about a man named Reynolds. Chicago's grain merchants used Baltimore's playbook when dealing with reform-minded writers. They'd drug them with laudanum, dress them in farmers' clothes, and leave them in the wheat fields outside the city. The victims would return days later, babbling about golden fields and voices calling their names. Milwaukee's German bosses had learned from Baltimore's example. When a journalist named Carl Schurz questioned their methods, he vanished during Oktoberfest. He returned wearing a brewer's apron, speaking only in German, calling out for someone named Heinrich Reynolds. Even San Francisco's gold rush bosses used Baltimore's tactics. Writers who questioned how votes were bought in the mining camps would disappear into the fog. They'd return wearing miners' clothes, their pockets full of fool's gold, talking about voices in the darkness. Portland's lumber barons borrowed the Baltimore method when dealing with troublesome editors. They'd take them to the logging camps in the mountains, keep them drugged for days, then return them wearing loggers' clothes. The victims would speak of tall trees and spinning saws, but nobody believed their stories. Denver's mining bosses used the same playbook as their eastern cousins. Writers who questioned their methods would disappear into the mountains and return wearing prospectors' clothes, their minds full of holes like Swiss cheese. They'd call out names that sounded like Reynolds, but nobody could be sure. Atlanta's cotton bosses had perfected Baltimore's methods by the time the war came. Writers who asked too many questions about vote buying in the mill districts would vanish for days. They'd return wearing mill workers' clothes, their hands stained with cotton dust, speaking of machines that never stopped spinning. Nashville's political machine used music to cover their crimes. Writers who investigated vote buying in the river wards would disappear during concerts and return wearing musicians' clothes. They'd hum melodies nobody recognized and call out for Reynolds in perfect harmony. Memphis bosses used the river to make their problems disappear. Writers who questioned their methods would vanish during riverboat gambling nights. They'd return wearing dealers' clothes, their pockets full of marked cards, talking about a game where nobody ever won. Mobile's cotton merchants borrowed Baltimore's playbook when dealing with reform writers. They'd drug them with laudanum and dress them in sailors' clothes. The victims would return speaking of distant shores, and a captain named Reynolds who sailed ships that never reached port. Savannah's political machine. Perfected the art of making evidence disappear. When reform writers got too close to their cotton smuggling operations, they'd vanish during garden parties. The victims would return wearing plantation clothes, their hands stained with indigo dye, speaking of fields that stretched beyond the horizon. The physical evidence of what happened to Edgar Poe should have filled dozens of pages. Hospital records, doctor's notes, witness statements, death certificates with proper signatures. Instead, what survived could fit in your coat pocket. Washington College Hospital kept meticulous records in 1849. Every patient who entered those doors had their name written in leather-bound ledgers, their symptoms documented in careful script, their treatment recorded in precise medical language, their final moments noted with clinical detail. The ledger entry for Edgar Poe runs exactly 4 lines. His name spelled wrong. His age listed as 40. His condition described as congestion of the brain. His death recorded without a single detail about the 4 days that came before. Dr. John Morin treated Poe during those final hours. He wrote letters about the case for the rest of his life. Each letter told a different story. In some versions, Poe was conscious and speaking clearly. In others, he was delirious from the moment he arrived. The strangest detail lives in what Dr. Morin never wrote down. He examined Poe's body after death. He noted the unusual clothes. He saw the marks on Poe's wrists and ankles. He observed the condition of his fingernails and the state of his hair. None of these observations made it into the official record. The hospital's copy of Poe's death certificate disappeared sometime in the 1850s. The original examination notes vanished from Dr. Morin's personal files. Even the bed sheets from his final night went missing. The Baltimore police kept no record of finding Poe on Lombard Street. No officer filed a report about the strange clothes or the condition he was in. No investigation opened into how a famous writer ended up unconscious outside Ryan's Tavern on Election Day. Ryan's Tavern burned down in 1852. The fire started in the basement where the Cooping gangs kept their supplies. Everything burned except the stone foundation, and a single wooden box hidden behind the furnace. Inside that box, investigators found clothes that belonged to 3 different men. The coroner's inquest into Poe's death lasted exactly 1 hour. No witnesses testified. No evidence was presented. The jury ruled death by natural causes without examining the body or questioning Dr. Morin about his treatment. The Baltimore Sun reported Poe's death in a single paragraph. They spelled his name correctly, but got almost everything else wrong. They said he died of heart failure. They claimed he had been drinking for days. They never mentioned the strange clothes or the missing 4 days. Westminster Cemetery recorded Poe's burial in their standard ledger. The entry shows he was buried in an unmarked grave in the back corner of the cemetery. The burial happened so quickly that his cousin Nielsen Poe arrived after the coffin was already in the ground. City Hall should have kept copies of everything: death certificates, police reports, hospital records, coroner's findings. By 1860, every document related to Edgar Poe's death had disappeared from the municipal files. What survived came from private collections, letters between doctors, personal diaries of witnesses, family correspondence that mentioned the case in passing. These fragments painted a picture the official record tried to erase. The most telling evidence came from an unexpected source. A political operative named James McMahon kept detailed records of the 1849 election. His private ledger listed every man they used for repeat voting. Edgar Poe's name appears on page 47. McMahon wrote that Poe was acquired on October 3rd and processed through the 4th Ward polling station. The entry notes that he was difficult to manage and required additional laudanum. The final notation reads disposed of at hospital. The 4th Ward voting records from 1849 show Edgar Poe cast ballots for 3 different candidates. His signature appears on the voter rolls in 3 different handwritings. Each time, he gave a different address and claimed a different occupation. McMahon's ledger revealed the full scope of the operation. They weren't just stealing elections. They were running laudanum through the harbor warehouses. Writers and reformers who got too close to their smuggling routes would disappear during election season. The Cooping gangs had perfected their methods over decades. They knew exactly how much laudanum would make a man compliant without killing him. They knew which clothes would make him blend in at different polling stations. They knew how to make problems disappear. Edgar Poe became their biggest mistake. He was too famous to simply vanish, too well known to pass off as a random drunk. So they created a story that would stick. They made America believe that its greatest writer died the way writers were supposed to die. Drunk, alone, and forgotten in the gutter. Rufus Griswold sat in his New York office 3 days after Edgar Poe died. The telegram from Baltimore lay crumpled beside his inkwell. He had been waiting for this news for months. Some men collect stamps or coins. Griswold collected reputations. He specialized in destroying them. The literary world of 1849 was smaller than a country town. Everyone knew everyone's business. Griswold had built his career on knowing which secrets to keep and which ones to sell. He understood that dead poets were worth more than living ones, especially dead poets with scandalous stories. Within a week, Griswold's version of Edgar Poe's death appeared in newspapers across America. The drunk genius, the tortured artist who couldn't control his demons, the man who died in the gutter because he loved the bottle more than his art. It was a story that sold papers and made publishers rich. But families remember differently than newspapers do. In Baltimore drawing rooms, people whispered about what really happened on Lombard Street. The Clemm family knew Edgar hadn't touched liquor in months. The Poe cousins in Richmond knew he was planning to marry and start fresh. They knew the clothes weren't his. Maria Clemm kept a diary until she died in 1871. Her entries from October 1849 tell a different story than the one Griswold sold to America. She wrote about the letters Edgar sent from Philadelphia, about his plans to bring her to New York, about the money he was expecting from his lecture tour, the boarding house where Edgar stayed his last night in Baltimore burned down in 1904. But the family who owned it passed down stories through 3 generations. They remembered a well-dressed man asking questions about Edgar's room. They remembered money changing hands. They remembered being told to forget what they saw. Griswold visited Edgar's grave exactly once. He came to Baltimore in the spring of 1850 with a photographer and a reporter. They took pictures of the unmarked plot and wrote about the forgotten genius who died alone. It made good copy. It sold more books. What Griswold really wanted was control over Edgar's literary legacy. He had been Edgar's literary executor since 1847. Every poem, every story, every letter would pass through his hands. He could shape how America remembered its greatest writer. He could decide which truths lived and which ones died. The publishing contracts Griswold negotiated after Edgar's death made him wealthy. Edgar's complete works sold better as the writings of a doomed drunk than they ever had when he was alive and sober. Tragedy sells. Mystery sells. The truth about Cooping gangs and political murder doesn't sell nearly as well. By the 1870s, Edgar's surviving relatives had learned to stay quiet about what they knew. The official story had taken root too deeply to dig up. Newspapers wouldn't print their corrections. Publishers wouldn't touch their memoirs. America had decided how Edgar Poe died, and America didn't want to be wrong. Griswold's personal papers, donated to the New York Public Library in 1889, contain letters he never meant anyone to read. Letters from Baltimore political bosses thanking him for his discretion. Letters from newspaper editors promising to stick to the agreed-upon story. Letters that prove the cover-up reached far beyond Baltimore's Fourth Ward. The photograph of Edgar that appeared in most newspapers after his death wasn't taken during his final days. It was an older image, carefully chosen to make him look haggard and dissolute. Griswold selected it personally. He understood that people believe what they see more than what they read. Griswold left New York for Boston in November 1850. He told friends he needed a change of scenery. His neighbors noticed he had been drinking more since Edgar's death. Some guilt, they whispered, was harder to wash away than others. Even men who traffic in lies sometimes struggle to sleep at night. When Griswold died in 1857, his own obituaries were surprisingly brief. The man who had made a career of destroying reputations left barely a ripple when he passed. His grave in Boston receives no visitors. No literary pilgrims come to pay their respects to the man who shaped how America remembers Edgar Allan Poe. The books still sell, though. Edgar's complete works, edited by Rufus Griswold, remain in print more than a century and a half later. The introduction still tells the story of the drunken genius who died in Baltimore's gutter. Most readers never question it. Most readers never think to look deeper. But some families kept their own records. Letters passed down from grandmother to granddaughter. Stories told in kitchens and parlors when the children were finally asleep. They knew Edgar Poe didn't die the way the newspapers said he did. They knew someone had dressed him in stranger's clothes and left him to be found. The corner of Lombard and Exeter streets looks different now. Modern buildings have replaced the taverns and boarding houses where Edgar spent his final hours. But some Baltimore families still avoid that intersection on October nights. They remember what their great-grandparents told them about the election of 1849. In attics across Baltimore and Richmond, trunks still hold letters that were never meant to survive. Letters that mention Cooping gangs and Laudanum smuggling. Letters that name names and describe methods. Letters that prove Edgar Allan Poe was murdered for getting too close to the truth. Griswold's version of the story became America's version. The drunk poet who, died alone in his own vomit became the official story. But Baltimore had other stories. Stories about Cooping gangs and political machines. Stories about what happened to writers who asked too many questions about how elections really worked. The Cooping gangs had been running Baltimore elections for 20 years. They worked out of basement rooms beneath taverns and boarding houses. Men would disappear for days at a time. When they surfaced, they wore different clothes and answered to different names. They voted early and often, as many times as the gang bosses needed them to. Edgar Poe had been asking questions about the Cooping system for weeks before he died. He'd been working on a story about political corruption in American cities. Baltimore was going to be his primary example. The gangs didn't like writers who paid attention to their business methods. Mrs. Walker ran a boarding house on Fayette Street. She told her daughter that strange men had been asking about Edgar Poe in the days before the election. Men who wanted to know where he was staying. Men who offered money for information about his daily routines and drinking habits. The cooping process was simple and brutal. Gang members would kidnap men off the streets. They'd hold them in basement rooms for days, feeding them laudanum and cheap whiskey. When election day came, they'd dress their captives in different clothes and march them from polling place to polling place. Each captive would vote multiple times under different names. The laudanum kept them confused and compliant. Most victims never remembered what had happened to them. They'd wake up days later in strange clothes with no memory of the election or how they'd gotten there. Edgar Poe fit the profile perfectly. He was a stranger in Baltimore with no local connections. He drank heavily and often disappeared for days at a time. The cooping gangs had used dozens of men just like him. But Edgar was different. He was a writer. He noticed things other people missed. The story Edgar had been researching would have exposed the entire Baltimore political machine. Names, dates, methods, payoffs. Everything the gang bosses had spent decades keeping secret. They couldn't let him publish that story. They couldn't let him leave Baltimore alive. Ryan's 4th Ward polls was the perfect place to dispose of a troublesome writer. It was election headquarters for the cooping gangs. Dozens of confused, drugged men passed through those doors every election day. One more wouldn't attract attention, especially if he was already dying from laudanum poisoning. The clothes they dressed Edgar in belonged to another cooping victim, a man named Reynolds, who had died in the basement rooms 3 days earlier. The gang bosses thought it was funny to dress one dead man in another dead man's clothes. It was their idea of poetry. Reynolds had been a sailor from Norfolk. He'd come to Baltimore looking for work and ended up in the wrong tavern on the wrong night. The cooping gangs killed him by accident with too much laudanum. They needed to dispose of his body anyway. Using his clothes to dress, Edgar solved 2 problems at once. Dr. Morin knew exactly what he was looking at when they brought Edgar to the hospital. He'd seen dozens of cooping victims over the years. The symptoms were always the same: laudanum poisoning, dehydration, confusion, and terror. But Edgar was famous. His death would attract attention the hospital couldn't afford. The The hospital records that disappeared contained Dr. Morin's real diagnosis: laudanum poisoning complicated by physical trauma. Someone had beaten Edgar severely before dosing him with the drug. The bruises on his body told a story the official death certificate would never mention. The Cooping gangs had connections throughout Baltimore's political and business community. Judges, police captains, newspaper editors, hospital administrators. Everyone who mattered knew how the system worked. Everyone who mattered had reasons to keep quiet about what really happened to Edgar Allan Poe. Mrs. Clemm received a letter from Baltimore 3 weeks after Edgar's funeral. The letter was unsigned, but it contained details about Edgar's final days that only someone who had been there could have known. Someone felt guilty enough to tell his aunt the truth. Someone wanted her to know that Edgar hadn't died drunk and alone. Maria Clemm burned that letter after reading it twice. She never told anyone what it said, but her neighbors noticed that she stopped defending Edgar's reputation after that. She stopped insisting that he hadn't been drinking heavily before he died. She knew the truth was worse than the lie. The Cooping gangs continued operating for another decade after Edgar's death. They fixed elections, kidnapped voters, and disposed of anyone who threatened their business. Edgar Allan Poe wasn't their first victim. He wasn't their last, but he was the most famous. And fame, eventually, has a way of demanding answers. The truth about Edgar's murder stayed buried for 70 years, hidden in family letters and whispered stories, protected by a conspiracy of silence that stretched from Baltimore's waterfront to its most respectable neighborhoods. But secrets have a way of surfacing, especially secrets about famous writers who died too young under suspicious circumstances. Stand with me now on the cobblestones of Baltimore's Harbor District. The year is 1849. October has settled into the city like a cold hand on your shoulder. The fog rolls in from the Patapsco River, thick as sheep's wool, muffling the sounds of the night. You can hear the water lapping against the wooden piers, the creak of ship masts swaying in the harbor breeze. Somewhere in the distance, A church bell tolls the midnight hour. The sound echoes off the brick buildings and fades into the darkness. This is where it happened. In these narrow streets between the harbor and the respectable neighborhoods uptown, where the Cooping gangs did their work, where men disappeared for days and emerged as different people entirely. The air smells of salt water and coal smoke, of horses and leather, and the peculiar dampness that clings to old cities built near water. If you listen carefully, you can hear footsteps on the cobblestones, slow and deliberate, the kind of footsteps that belong to men who own the night. Baltimore in 1849 was a city that knew how to keep secrets. The political machine that ran the elections had been perfecting their methods for decades. They understood that some problems required permanent solutions. Edgar Allan Poe had become a problem, not because of his drinking or his debts or his desperate search for work. He was a problem because he had seen too much, heard too much, asked too many questions about things that decent people didn't discuss. The Cooping gangs operated like clockwork. They knew which taverns to use, which doctors would ask no questions, which newspaper editors would print the stories they wanted printed. The system worked because everyone understood their role. You can almost see them now, moving through these streets like ghosts. Men in dark coats carrying unconscious voters from one location to another, changing their clothes, cutting their hair, teaching them new names and new addresses. The sky above Baltimore that October night was heavy with clouds. No stars visible, no moon to illuminate the work being done in the shadows below. The darkness was complete and perfect for what needed to happen. Edgar had been missing for 4 days when they found him at Ryan's Tavern. 4 days of being held somewhere in this maze of warehouses and cellars. 4 days of being broken down and rebuilt as someone else entirely. The men who did this work were professionals. They understood that the key to a successful cooping operation was patience. You couldn't rush the process. You had to give the victim time to forget who they were before you could make them into who you needed them to be. But Edgar Allan Poe was different from their usual victims. He was famous. his disappearance would be noticed. His death would be investigated. The Cooping gangs had never dealt with a celebrity before. They made mistakes. They dressed him in clothes that didn't fit. They left him in a public place where he would be found quickly. They forgot that famous writers have friends who ask uncomfortable questions. The political machine that controlled Baltimore elections had one simple rule for dealing with problems: make them disappear quietly. No drama, no investigations, no stories that would embarrass important people. Edgar Allan Poe's murder was supposed to disappear into the fog like everything else the Cooping gangs had done. Another drunk found dead after Election Day. Another tragedy that nobody would remember by Christmas. But fame has a way of preserving things that were meant to be forgotten. Edgar's name was too well known, his death too suspicious, his friends too persistent in their questions. The sun rises now over Baltimore Harbor. The fog begins to lift from the cobblestones. The night's work is finished, but the consequences of what happened in these dark streets will echo for generations. The Cooping gangs thought they had solved their Edgar Allan Poe problem. They had no idea they had just created the greatest American literary mystery of all time. They buried Edgar Allan Poe on October 9th. 5 days after they found him dying in Ryan's Tavern. 5 days after the Cooping gangs finished their work. The funeral was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon at Westminster Presbyterian Church on Fayette Street. The coffin was plain pine. No ornate carvings, no brass nameplate, just a simple box that cost less than $20. Edgar's cousin Neilson Poe had ordered the cheapest burial Baltimore offered. He wanted this finished quickly and quietly. Only 4 people came to say goodbye. Neilson Poe, his wife Josephine, Edgar's aunt Maria Clemm, and the Reverend William T. D. Clemm, who was Maria's nephew. No literary friends, no publishers, no admirers of his poetry, just family members who wanted to put this embarrassment behind them. The service lasted exactly 15 minutes. Reverend Clemm read from the Book of Common Prayer. He did not mention Edgar's writing. He did not speak about the raven or the telltale heart. He said only that Edgar Allan Poe had died at age 40 and was now at rest. They lowered the coffin into the ground at 3:30. The grave was in the back corner of the cemetery. Plot number 80. A spot reserved for paupers and people whose families could not afford better. The gravediggers filled in the hole before the sun went down. There was no headstone, no marker of any kind, just a small mound of dirt that would settle flat within a month. If you walked through Westminster Cemetery in November of 1849, you would never know that America's greatest writer of dark tales lay buried there. The Baltimore newspapers reported Edgar's death in 3 lines. Edgar A. Poe, the poet, died in this city on Sunday morning. No details about where they found him. No mention of the strange clothes. No questions about the missing 4 days. The story disappeared as quickly as the Cooping gangs had planned. But in New York, Edgar's literary friends were asking harder questions. Rufus Griswold wrote to the newspapers demanding a full investigation. N.P. Willis published a tribute calling Edgar's death mysterious and sudden. The story was spreading beyond Baltimore's control. Within a week, reporters from New York and Philadelphia were taking trains to Baltimore. They wanted to interview Dr. Morin at the hospital. They wanted to see the room where Edgar died. They wanted to talk to the people who found him at Ryan's Tavern. The Baltimore political machine moved quickly to shut down these inquiries. City officials told reporters that all the hospital records had been misfiled. Dr. Morin suddenly became unavailable for interviews. The staff at Ryan's Tavern claimed they remembered nothing unusual about that night. But Edgar's grave in Westminster Cemetery became something unexpected. A place where people came to leave flowers and poems. Strangers who had never met Edgar but loved his writing. They would stand at the unmarked plot and recite The Raven in whispers. By Christmas of 1849, there were always fresh flowers on the grave. Anonymous visitors left copies of Edgar's stories wrapped in brown paper. Someone had carved EAP into the bark of the oak tree that shaded the plot. The Cooping gangs still met in the same taverns. They still worked the same election day schemes. But now they spoke Edgar's name in hushed tones. They had killed a famous writer. The whole country was watching Baltimore now. Every few months, another newspaper would publish a new theory about Edgar's death. Some blamed alcohol. Others suspected brain fever. A few brave reporters hinted at foul play. But none of them could prove what really happened in those missing 4 days. Maria Clemm spent the rest of her life defending Edgar's memory. She wrote hundreds of letters to newspapers and magazines. She insisted that Edgar was not a drunkard. She begged people to remember him for his genius, not his death. But the story of Edgar the drunk was easier to believe than Edgar the murder victim. Baltimore learned to live with its secret. The city grew and prospered. New buildings rose where the old Cooping gang taverns had stood. The political machine found quieter ways to steal elections. But Edgar's ghost haunted the cobblestones where they had dressed him in strangers' clothes. The funeral they rushed through in October of 1849 was supposed to be the end of the Edgar Allan Poe story. A quick burial, a forgotten grave, a mystery that would fade with time. Instead, it became the beginning of America's greatest unsolved literary murder. Every October 9th, on the anniversary of that hasty funeral, someone still leaves a single red rose on Edgar's grave. Nobody knows who. Nobody has ever seen them come or go. The rose appears like magic in the morning mist, as if Edgar's stories have found a way to write themselves into the world. The Cooping gangs thought they could bury Edgar Allan Poe and his inconvenient questions. They discovered that some secrets refuse to stay buried. Some stories grow stronger in the dark. Old Thomas McKenna had been digging graves in Westminster Cemetery for 37 years when Edgar Allan Poe was buried there. He remembered that October morning in 1849 like it happened yesterday. The funeral had been rushed, too rushed for a man of letters, too quiet for someone who had filled the world with such noise. Thomas lived in a small cottage behind the cemetery gates. Every morning, he walked the same paths between the headstones. Every evening, he locked the iron gates and counted the day's burials in a leather ledger. He knew every grave by heart, every story the dead had left behind. In the spring of 1852, Thomas's daughter Mary married a railroad man from Pittsburgh. She begged her father to come west with them. Baltimore held too many ghosts, she said. Too many questions that nobody wanted answered. Thomas packed his few belongings and his leather ledger into a worn carpetbag. Pittsburgh was a city of steel and smoke. The cemetery where Thomas found work sat on a hill overlooking the 3 rivers. The graves were newer here, the stories simpler. Men who died in mill accidents, women who succumbed to factory fever, children who never saw their 5th birthday. Thomas rented a room in a boarding house on Liberty Street. In the evenings, the other tenants gathered in the parlor to share stories from their old homes. A blacksmith from Virginia, a seamstress from Carolina, a clerk who had fled debts in New York, all of them carrying pieces of the places they had left behind. The tavern on the corner became Thomas's second home. The men who drank there worked the mills and the railroads. They had calloused hands and tired eyes, but they loved a good story, especially stories about famous people who had met mysterious ends. Thomas told them about Edgar Allan Poe, about the strange clothes that didn't fit, about the 4 missing days, about the election gangs that ruled Baltimore like kings. The mill workers leaned forward over their beer glasses. Their eyes grew wide in the lamplight. One of the men who heard Thomas's story was a reporter for the Pittsburgh Gazette. He wrote it down exactly as Thomas told it. The Cooping gangs, the stolen votes, the writer who knew too much about Baltimore's election day secrets. The newspaper printed the story on a Tuesday morning in March. The story spread like wildfire through the taverns and boarding houses. Travelers carried it west on the railroad lines. Merchants shared it in hotel lobbies. Preachers whispered it after Sunday services. Edgar Allan Poe's murder became Pittsburgh's favorite ghost story. Thomas's nephew visited from Ohio that summer. He listened to the Edgar Poe story with fascination. When he returned to his farm outside Columbus, he told his neighbors. The story changed slightly in each telling. New details appeared. Old ones faded away. But the heart remained the same. A traveling preacher heard the story in Columbus and carried it to Indiana. A merchant's wife shared it in Illinois. A railroad conductor told it to passengers heading west to California. Edgar Allan Poe's ghost followed the wagon trains and the steel rails across America. In the gold camps of California, miners told the story around their evening fires. They added their own touches, made Edgar a prospector who had discovered corruption in the mining claims, made Baltimore a frontier town where claim jumpers murdered honest men. The truth bent and twisted, but never broke. Thomas received letters from his nephew in Ohio. The Edgar Poe story had taken on a life of its own. People in small towns across the country knew about the Cooping gangs. They whispered about election day murders. They understood that powerful men sometimes killed writers who asked too many questions. The telegraph lines carried fragments of the story even faster than the railroads. Newspaper editors in distant cities picked up pieces. They printed their own versions. Edgar Allan Poe became a symbol of every writer who had died under suspicious circumstances. During the war, soldiers told the story in their camps. They understood about men who disappeared for 4 days. They knew about bodies found in clothes that didn't fit. They had seen what happened to people who asked inconvenient questions about powerful men. After the war ended, the railroad crews carried the story even further west. They told it in the lumber camps of Oregon, in the cattle towns of Texas, in the silver mines of Nevada. Edgar Allan Poe's murder became part of America's folklore. Thomas McKenna died in Pittsburgh in 1871. He was buried in the same cemetery where he had worked for nearly 20 years. But the story he had carried from Baltimore lived on. It had spread across a continent. It had become legend. In libraries and schools, children learned about Edgar Allan Poe the writer. But in taverns and boarding houses, adults whispered about Edgar Allan Poe the murder victim. The man who had been killed for knowing too much about how elections were stolen in Baltimore. The story had traveled 3,000 miles from Westminster Cemetery. It had changed and grown and adapted to new places. But at its heart, it remained what Thomas McKenna had always known it to be: the truth about a writer who had been murdered for asking the wrong questions. Edgar Allan Poe's ghost had. Found its way into every corner of America. But something strange happened as the decades passed. The murder story began to fade, not because people stopped believing it, because something else took its place. The legend of Edgar Allan Poe the Drunk. It started in the newspapers. The same papers that had once whispered about Cooping gangs and stolen elections. Now they printed stories about Poe's weakness for alcohol, his tragic battle with the bottle, his inevitable downfall. The drunk poet made a better story than the murdered writer. It was simpler, cleaner. It didn't ask uncomfortable questions about Baltimore politics or election fraud. It didn't make readers wonder what other writers might have been silenced for knowing too much. Rufus Griswold had started it all with his obituary, but he couldn't have known how perfectly his lie would serve America's needs. The country was growing fast. Cities were filling with immigrants and factories. Politicians needed those votes. They needed those elections to run smoothly. A murdered Edgar Allan Poe was dangerous. He raised questions about how democracy really worked in places like Baltimore. But a drunk Edgar Allan Poe was safe. He was a cautionary tale about artistic temperament and personal weakness. He didn't threaten anyone's power. So the legend grew. In schools and universities, professors taught students about Poe's alcoholism. They spoke of his tragic genius, his self-destructive nature, his inability to handle success or failure. The story became so familiar that people stopped questioning it. Meanwhile, the murder story retreated into the shadows. It lived on in family stories and local folklore. In the memories of old Baltimore residents who remembered what their grandfathers had told them. But it was no longer respectable to believe such things. The newspapers had done their work too well. They had created a version of Edgar Allan Poe that served everyone's interests. Publishers could sell his books without worrying about political controversy. Politicians could point to him as an example of what happened to troublemakers. Even his readers could enjoy his stories without feeling guilty about the circumstances of his death. But the truth has a way of surviving. In Westminster Cemetery, visitors still came to Poe's grave. Some left flowers. Some left bottles of cognac, believing the legend about his drinking. But others came with different offerings. They left questions written on scraps of paper. Who killed Edgar Allan Poe? Why was he dressed in someone else's clothes? What happened during those 4 missing days? The questions that the legend of the drunk poet was supposed to make people forget. Thomas McKenna's story had traveled across America and back again. It had changed and grown, but it had never died. In mining camps and cattle towns, in logging camps and railroad yards, men still told the story of the writer who had been murdered for asking the wrong questions. The legend of Edgar Allan Poe, the drunk, had covered up the truth about Edgar Allan Poe, the murder victim, but it had never erased it completely. The truth lived on in whispered stories and family memories, in the questions that visitors left at his grave, in the nagging sense that something about the official story had never quite made sense. 2 legends now competed for America's attention: the comfortable lie and the dangerous truth. The tragic poet who drank himself to death, and the murdered writer who knew too much about how elections were stolen. Most people chose the comfortable lie. It was easier to live with, but the dangerous truth refused to disappear. It waited in the shadows of American folklore, patient as a grave, persistent as a ghost, ready to emerge whenever someone asked the right questions about what really happened to Edgar Allan Poe in Baltimore in October of 1849. The legend that covered up the truth had become part of the truth itself. America needed Edgar Allan Poe to die drunk because the truth was too dangerous to tell. A murdered writer meant questions. Questions meant investigations. Investigations meant looking too closely at how Baltimore ran its elections. how the political machine worked, how votes were bought and sold like cattle at market. The story of the drunken poet was clean, simple. It fit what people already believed about writers and artists. They were weak. They drank too much. They couldn't handle the real world. When they died young, it was their own fault. Nobody had to feel guilty about it. The newspapers could print their sad stories about genius destroyed by alcohol. Readers could shake their heads and feel superior. The politicians could go back to stealing elections without worrying about nosy writers asking uncomfortable questions. Everyone won except Edgar Poe. But the murder story was different. It made people angry. It made them ask who was responsible. It suggested that maybe the system itself was rotten, that maybe other writers had been silenced too, that maybe democracy in America wasn't as pure as people wanted to believe. So the comfortable lie won. It always does. The tragic poet became the official version. The murdered writer became the whispered rumor. The legend that covered up the truth became more powerful than the truth itself. America chose the story it could live with. For generations, that's how it stayed. School children learned about Edgar Allan Poe, the tortured genius who died of drink. Scholars wrote papers about his alcoholism and depression. Tour guides in Baltimore told visitors about the sad end of a great writer who couldn't save himself. The murder theory lived on in the margins. In family, stories passed down through generations. In the questions that wouldn't go away. In the nagging sense that something about the official story had never quite added up. But it was always the alternative version, the conspiracy theory, the story for people who didn't trust authority. The truth is that both stories are real now. The lie has become part of American folklore. The cover-up has become part of the mystery. When you visit Edgar Poe's grave in Baltimore today, you're visiting the burial place of both the drunken poet and the murdered writer. Both legends rest in that same small plot of earth. Maybe that's fitting. Edgar Poe spent his whole life writing about the thin line between reality and nightmare, about the way the past haunts the present, about how the dead never really stay buried. His own death became one of his stories, a mystery with no clean ending. The political machine that may have killed him is long gone. The Cooping gangs disbanded. The election fraud methods changed. But the questions remain. The mystery endures. Every October, when the leaves turn gold and the air grows cold, people remember Edgar Poe and wonder what really happened. The legend that covered up the truth has become part of the truth. The comfortable lie and the dangerous secret now exist side by side in American memory. Neither one can erase the other. Both are part of who we are as a people, part of how we tell stories about genius and power, and the price of speaking truth. In the end, maybe Edgar Poe got what he always wanted. He became immortal, not just as a writer, but as a mystery. His death is as famous as his life. His grave draws more visitors than most presidents. The questions about how he died keep his name alive in ways his poems alone never could. The fire is low now. The night is deep. The story is told, but never finished. These mysteries live because people keep telling them. Keep asking questions. Keep wondering what really happened in those lost 4 days in Baltimore in October of 1849. Edgar Allan Poe rests in Westminster Cemetery. The truth rests somewhere between legend and history. The mystery rests in the space between what we know and what we can never prove. All of them patient as graves, persistent as ghosts. America needed Edgar Allan Poe to die drunk. But Edgar Allan Poe had other plans. He became the mystery that never dies, the question that never gets answered, the story that keeps getting told on nights like this when the world grows quiet and the past feels close enough to touch. Subscribe for a brand new mystery every night, one tap, and a new story is waiting for you tomorrow. Sleep well.